Hello everyone. I hope you're doing well. It's Tuesday. I had to actually think for a second. What day is it? Who knows? We're playing more Ace Attorney today. I was I wasn't sure what to play because I thought maybe I could finish Battle Chef Brigade, but I'll probably do that tomorrow instead, and then play some Ace Attorney during the weeks and see how far we can get. They're fun games, though there's a lot of talking, so I hope my voice holds up. I am at least doing better, like health wise, so that's good. Like my throat is not, in a bad shape. But yeah, we successfully defended ourselves last time, which was last Wednesday, I believe. Ryunosuke has his... Oh wait, no, not Ryunosuke. That's us. So we defended ourselves in court. We found out that, in fact, the police had been trying to cover something up about the British being involved in a crime or something, because they don't want to harm the British-Japanese relationships or something like that. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. Oh yeah, Kazuma, that's his name. He has his headband flowing in the wind, non-existent wind. I don't know why, but he does. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there, you were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Jazale Bratz, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friends, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up, bang. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended this subject without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotova. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system... Oh god, yawn. How am I yawning? It's freaking 1. Our justice system even more so. which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA, and it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement in our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Zato, hello. Congrats on being first. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're well. Defendant Naruhodo, court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. Aww. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. You're well? That's good to hear. Just usual work bullshit, yeah. Understandable. I hope work goes well at least. As smoothly as it can. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. Nice. But yeah, hopefully I can provide some background noise to help the day go faster or something like that. The 22nd of November, 12:09. We're back in court. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke and Naruhodo. Prosecutor Aoichi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize, that's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forge with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. We still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders. Again, terribly sorry. It's the friendship. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up. Shut up, you jumped-up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Oh, yes. Seeing Great Britain as the great world power nowadays is kind of like, it's sad how far they've fallen, really. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. Words. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth. The truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats. Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Mr. Zale Brett. Yes. Your Excellency. Okay. Okay, that's a nice hat. I like it. I like the swan. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea. Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea. I mean, probably is true. Most of the time, at least. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Oh my god, he's so different from before, where he's just so, like, nice to the witness and everything. Oh my god. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter of La Carnival, but my true— Yes, we know all about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. Oh my god. They really, like, when the detectives start speaking, they're like, oh, fuck off, not you, the lady. We're talking to the lady here, detective, not you, get out of here. It's a bit aggressive. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. No? She has a mask, of course. Well, that's... I can't read that. Like, at the start I thought it was like cursive or something. It might start with Lumina or something, but no, it's just... I don't know. Maybe there's something in there, but it's definitely not meant to be read. um, I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but, what? Oh. Also, Naga speaking the same thing, same language back. I guess they're speaking in English while we're used to Japanese, and English is just gibberish to them, I guess, maybe? Aura, hello. I hope you're well. Okay, so she repeats basically the same thing to him, I guess. The lady says her name is Giselle Bratz. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in Jumeirah University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. I don't know if I would describe English as that, but sure. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. Sayori, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Good afternoon. You don't know what a hummingbird sounds like? Like a hummingbird. I mean, it hums. It's basically like a... but probably better. Probably more... Yeah, I don't know if I would say hummingbirds have dulcet tones. I don't know, maybe. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. Isn't the hum from their false wings? It is, yeah. I don't know if they actually make sounds otherwise. They might do. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim Dr. Wilson at the time. Is that correct? She says yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? You just looked it up, they make annoyingly high-pitched tweets. Okay, so I don't know if being compared to a hummingbird is a good thing. I feel like it's a bad thing. It sounds like a bad thing. You call them susurrate birds? It seems more accurate. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. Oh, it's so weird not being able to read what they're saying. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently it was very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say... Yes, it would appear the lady didn't witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Well, that's not true. She's actually cussing them out. The translator's just taking liberty with the translation. You know what? That's, I mean, possible. We don't know what she's saying. He could be saying anything. He could be lying right now about her seeing us. Right? She might be telling the truth, and he's like, no, no, no. We definitely did see him shoot the person. Yep, yep. Fart Bubbler, hi, welcome. I hope you're well. Hello, fellow detective, of course. Order in the court. That sneeze took a second for... It's always annoying when you feel a sneeze coming up and then you have to wait for it to actually happen. Awful moments. But yeah, we're being accused of murder again. Even though we didn't do it. It's kind of annoying, honestly. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Zelda, hello. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're well. Also, thank you, Sayori. Okay. She nods. That's good. You're fine? I'm glad to hear it. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. A little bit tired, but that's not too unusual. You're not the center of your cam? What do you mean? I mean, I'm a little bit to the side. But it's, I mean, this is not that unusual, I guess. Oh, the like symbol is a ball rolling down a hill. Right, I see. Instead of it being like a hello, which people use it for, they see it as a ball rolling down a steep decline, I guess. Managed to do all 4 Coromel dailies in 20 minutes this morning. Never managed the one from yesterday, oof. At least you managed to do them all today, I guess. Okay, so what is this testimony? I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Well, that's just a lie. Koromon? It's a game. No, it is with a C. It's a game. For reference, it was defeated Koromon 15 levels higher than you. Yeah. I mean, yeah, Koromon is just a different monster catching game. Just like Digimon, just like Pokemon, just like so many others. It's a pretty good game. Yeah, I did play it. It might have been a while, honestly, that I played it. Do you know how hard it is to shoot someone between the eyes? Someone's nose normally deflectable into an eye socket. He's obviously lying. Well, the thing is, the shot wasn't between the eyes. We know that fact because we have photographic evidence that he was shot in the chest right here. So, you know. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. You didn't notice the full-size swan on their head?
Yes!
It's pretty obvious. Wait, oh, he was talking about the argument. It got interrupted immediately, so I couldn't even see what he said. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch. God, Aoichi, you asshole. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. Well, the court is very stupid if they take appearance into account. Because appearance doesn't mean anything. It's not evidence. So get that shit out of here, Aoichi. You're supposed to bring evidence to the table. Not, like, anything unsubstantial like, oh, they look nice, so they must be truthful. No. That is the most, like, shallow thing imaginable. You've seen the beginning of this game, so I prefer not to talk about it just in case. Yeah, that's good. I like to go into it blind. Still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's the lesson you need to learn. Ah, but he's so annoying. I do get that. The guy being annoying and then you're like, no, that's not true. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Bratt was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. How about in her hat? Like, seriously. You just noticed this one has a bow tie? Yeah, it looks great, honestly. But like, the swan could easily conceal a firearm. Like, what the fuck? It might have fallen out of her hat, which is why it was on the ground. I don't know. This morning you asked on the server what Pokeros is, and everyone answered to check it on Google because they had something else to do or not. I mean, the thing is, I think most people can't even properly explain it. Like what it actually does, which is... I mean, I always forget as well. I think it's like doubling XP or something. I don't even remember exactly. It's like something to do with the growth rate of Pokemon. The only thing I know about it is that you want to spread it between your Pokemon. Oh, it's EVs, right? That's true, right? But yeah, it is kind of rude. Yeah, of course, they could be kinder about it. But that's always the case, right? People can just be standoffish with that type of stuff. Because they see it as something that... depending on which community you're in, like, they might be like, well, how could you not know? Just Google it, right? When really that's just a kind of, I don't know, toxic behavior in a way. On another server they answered you kindly. Nice, that's good. That's good. Then you know which server to go to, right? You know, that's where the nice people are. The other people, they're just kind of, you know, they're not great. They just didn't know how to explain and were jerks. If they didn't have time to explain, they wouldn't have responded. Exactly, like if you don't have time to explain, then don't even respond. Like, that's the simple option. Like, if you have time to respond, then at least look it up. Or like, explain it. If you don't have time to explain it, don't respond. Very simple. Very simple, but yeah. It just happens that people are jerks a lot. Okay, so she had nowhere to conceal. Yep, there you go. I would think she could hide again almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witnesses to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Yes, nowhere at all. Not in the swan on my head. Not in like a strap around my leg underneath my dress. No, that's definitely not possible. No way. There's no such thing. You want the same dress? It is a nice dress. The hat is a little bit excessive. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. I mean, as far as we know, because he's translating them. If only I was allowed to lift up a dress, I could prove it. You know, it's okay. That's not how we do things, okay? You can't just do that. Yeah, don't think about doing anything rash, Rinosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Okay. Oh, smile. Okay. And this one's ass. Possibly. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Okay. Frightening and sorrowful sight. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day, so that's fine. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. Which is true. We saw a partially eaten steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. I'm gonna press that just to see what happens with this. I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please, don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. Aoichi, why are you berating your own language like this? English is the future. We must all speak English. Ouchie. Why are you like this? Oh god. That's so awful. I think he just likes the woman too much. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman. Yeah, probably that. Well, the beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that was when I'd finished my coffee and stood up to leave. So not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Oh, right before my... okay. So we'll press that.
Yes!
We'll press that. Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. Like I said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. It's such a terrible excuse. It's like, yes, yeah, I had a gun in my hand, but I found it on the floor. I promise. It wasn't in my hand before. I didn't shoot it. I just found it on the floor lying there. And I thought I'd pick it up because who does this belong to? And then someone got shot. I was holding it for a friend, exactly. Like I didn't do it. But this is also why you never pick up a gun that you just see lying on the floor somewhere. Don't pick it up. Tell someone, tell the police or something, like there's a gun over there. Don't pick up the gun. That's something you don't do, right? I also tried shooting it a few times in the air, so it's normal I have gunpowder on my hands. Yeah. I don't think he actually had gunpowder on his hands there, but I guess they didn't really check, because this is like, what, the 1800s or something? Or early 1900s, maybe? So they don't really check for that stuff. The investigation is pretty poor, if I'm honest. fact, yes. There was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time. A highly suspicious lady right there. That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel. Dirty? Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy. It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. Just... what nonsense. The lady is merely stating what she saw. Well, so the thing is, literally, the only thing that they have is her word against ours. That's all they have. And they're gonna accuse this guy of murder just from that, right? Which is just like, okay. Interesting. Like, one person says one thing, the other says another. Okay, who's right or wrong? It doesn't matter, I guess. Okay. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Okay, let's press that too. It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes. Immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." Right. That's all you did. You just asked her. Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. What is the police doing? Oh my god. Why not? The honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she didn't possess a weapon, so we believe her just because, you know. Don't touch boobies without permission. Well, they don't have to touch the boobs. That's the thing. They don't have to do that much. Just a simple, like, take off the hat, you know. Take off the hat, check inside the swan, see if there's a gun there. I don't know. Like, simple things. At least a slight search, you know, would have been better than not at all. Who the hell uses their own gun when planning to kill someone? Well, at least in this case, like, even if she had her own gun, which, I mean, she probably does, it's gonna be an English manufactured gun, and they probably don't even know, that, like, they wouldn't be able to trace necessarily where it even came from, or, like, Zelda, that's where you're wrong, because they use the state's guns. It's not their own gun, technically. It's the police have, yeah, oh god. Planning is the key word there. It's true. That's also true. They probably don't, I mean, I don't know if they... Oh god, that's such a bad discussion. Moving on. There was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter. Okay. Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps. Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts. In other words, he wants evidence. Oh? The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there. I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime, which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you. Her mask smiles when she smiles? Oh, that's an interesting detail. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him. Which is an out and out, a totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. What does that have to do with anything? Like... Ah yes, she looks refined and you don't, so you must have murdered the person. I know that that sometimes does also happen in like real life and stuff, but it's so stupid. So we live to state the country provides the guns for the police. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Because most people here can't have their own weapon, just period. Like, even if they manage to have their own weapon for either sports or something, they need to have it locked inside a case at all times. There's a lot of a lot of them can't even bring it home with them. They would have to stay in like a shooting range or something, in like a locker that's super secure and all that stuff. No one can have their gun at home unless there's like a very, very specific circumstance for it. Plus there's very little weapons here anyway. Like guns are... I can't even recall ever seeing a gun in real life. Besides in like a museum or something. Like ever. I have a standard caliber of ammo with the theory you would rather have the officers fire guns they're comfortable with rather than making them use something that they don't shoot well. I mean, yeah, but that's why they have like training, right? Like the police officers here obviously get training in the use of handguns as well. For the specific gun that they'll be using. But they probably aren't comfortable using it ever because, well, you don't want to use it. And that's kind of good. You don't want to use a gun ever, really. At best they use tasers, and even that is kind of iffy over here. Like a lot of the time they just, I mean, tackle people or like that type of stuff. But that's also because the criminals don't tend to have weapons either. At best they have like maybe a knife or something. It's a very different situation from like the States. Just completely different. They can use telekinesis? If only. Anyway, this is our only chance to expose our testimony as the fiction that it is. If you can't do that, the trial's over. Even you, with your thick skin, must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in their testimony isn't making me feel any better either. The first thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seems even slightly off to you. Do that, and an opening will present itself, I promise you. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for. Okay. Okay, so we're back at the start. Let's just press everything then.
Yes!
After 2 p.m. in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it? You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue, isn't that right? No. Oh, she actually said it as well. I like that she's the one that's like, actually, no. Ah. A decisive English no is quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier, yeah. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. That all makes perfect sense. And such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. Ah yes. Such fine intelligence to not lie. Amazing. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? Okay, so then... I was unable to eat, so ordered for myself only a beef steak.
Yes!
I'll press it. It was because he just had a tooth removed at the clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering? Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left? Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant land on the far side of the world and be brought to such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. Oh my god. What a white knight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yep. The professor wasn't able to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Wait a second. Oh, anything but water. But, I mean... It's carbonated water, though. Is that good? Is that fine? I guess it's fine. Maybe I'm looking too much into that. I'm like, but can he drink carbonated water, though? Also, there's only one glass. Right? They just said with a glass of water each. But that's not true. Because there's only one glass of water. I don't know what that has to do with anything. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Rinosuke, about the witness's last statement? It's meaningful. I love the little slap when he does that. There are some people who can only drink carbonated water. Masahiro Sakurai can't drink still water, for example. That's odd. I wonder why. I mean, I'm sure he can drink it, but just doesn't like it. I mean, for me, it's the opposite. I don't like fizzy water at all. Like, carbonated water. I don't like it. Makes him sick? That's strange. Is that not dependent on like where the water is sourced from? Like if it has anything in it, if it's like... Because where the water comes from and what minerals are in there makes it taste slightly differently. Because the taste of water is basically just what's in there, right? Like mineral-wise and things like that. But I don't know if it's the taste, then if it really makes him sick, then that's strange. Because we can't exactly go without water, so what would he have done like in, say, the ages that we didn't have carbonated water? Like, you'd have to drink like regular water. You can't just... Carbonation wasn't a thing. Would you just die? He says he only drinks Coca Zero because he doesn't have other alternatives. That is strange. Oh. Anyway, bit of a distraction. Now, what Miss Brad just said has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well, sidestep, counsel. Very well, Miss Pratt. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. You ate tonic water too? Yeah, it's weird. I don't know why people like it. I know my younger brother likes it too. Like fart bubbles in your mouth. True. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Yonosuke. You like one brand a lot when others you've tried? Yeah, I guess it differs as well. Okay, I ordered a beefsteak for myself and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. Okay, we're just gonna show this.
Yes!
What was that face? So like, okay, I think we just, he was just like having a mental breakdown or something. Just like, I don't know what that was. That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is... it's odd. Very odd. Dear me, what's odd in that is defense's inability to express itself? Yonosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only one glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? Minutiae? Yeah, that's fine. What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minutiae, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only one? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. What did she do with it? Where did the glass go? I love his facial animations. They are quite good. Just the animations in general in this game, I've been really enjoying them. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Pratt who took the glass from the table. Okay, but why? Also take it where? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious. Well, that's kind of suspect, though. You know? Sorry. Like, why would you try to hide the fact that you were there? Like, I get panicking and being like, oh, but... See the mask when she smells? Yeah, yeah. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Yes, definitely. Her lying and then being sus is not consequential at all. It doesn't help, right? The whole I can't drink still water seems like it will be more of a psychological than a physical issue. There are no properties to water besides hydrogen and oxygen. If you're physically allergic to either of those, you would die, yeah. Could see a psychological reaction, it would cause an upset stomach. Yeah, exactly. I can see that being a thing. Like, you wouldn't... Like, it's probably just a thing of, like, if you gave him, like, water with some kind of taste added to it, some, like, different taste added to it, he could probably drink it just fine. Maybe he's just too used to the like, fizziness of drinks at this point that, like, it not being fizzy is a problem? I don't know. When you went to school, a guy from your class was allergic to water, but maybe it was something else? I mean, yeah, if you were allergic to water, you can't, like, how would you live? You would die. You can't, everything has some kind of, like, hydrogen and oxygen are necessary for... I know that water by itself is slightly different from just those 2 things, but most drinks have at least some water, like, in there. So how would you live? Is what I'm wondering. Probably has to do with something else. When you pee, you swell. When I pee, I swell. That is... There's probably something else then. Because, I mean, pee is not just water. There's actually a lot of things that your body is, you know, getting rid of. Anyway, weird discussions aside. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before our very eyes. No, he hadn't. And who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray? So this is again like a... It's such a weird thing where like they're trying to prove that you've done it, but they're like, well, obviously since he just did it, she would react this way, right? It's like, okay, yeah, if he did it, of course she would react that way. Or something like that, right? But you can't think that way in a court case. It just doesn't work because you need to know for certain, you need to have evidence that he's done it instead of just being like, oh no, she saw him do it, so he must have done it, right? Like, what if she did it? Do you have evidence at all? Besides, like, hearsay? And the only evidence so far that they've had, we've been able to be like, wait, but this doesn't make any sense. Like, what the evidence says and what they say is different. And then every time they're like, well, yeah, of course, they lied or they misremembered or they did this. Like, come on. You can already see that she's lying. Okay. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray? That's absurd. Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young and beautiful woman of mischief? What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. Like, no, we're accusing her of murder. It's very, very different than mischief, you know? I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. How have we been streaming for an hour and we barely did anything? It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. Oh, a handbag, you say? Where you could perhaps store a firearm, you know? Perhaps. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency, a small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. What? Oh no, he's been trying to confuse us with logic. No, not logic. Anything but. If you find enough faults, you will call into question the credibility of the witnesses' statements. This is common in almost all court cases. Yeah. It's a visual novel. I mean, yeah, that definitely makes it longer, especially because I'm also reading everything. But also the side tangents, the reading chat and being like, oh, this and this and this, and then going back to the game, that also makes it last longer, right? No more pretentious accusations. You've wasted enough time already. Thank you for the hydrates, Elder. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue the matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's the handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. Oh, I have nowhere to hide the gun. Robin, thank you so much. Does my bottle still leak? No, it's fine. It was just because it hadn't closed properly at one point, so then it leaked for a bit until the water had run out, I guess. But Robin, thank you so much for the raid. Aura, are you still here? Oh, there you go. There you go. How was Satisfactory? I was lurking, I just didn't get the chance to say much. And hi Goblin as well. I hope you're having a good time. We're trying to defend ourselves from being convicted criminals. It's going pretty well so far. This English woman has been trying to conceal the fact that she was even at the crime scene and told us that she had nowhere to hide a gun, so she couldn't have done it. But now we found out that she had a handbag, and we're like, well, wait, but handbags can be stored, can be used to store guns. It was good, got some nice upgrades so you can move around faster, which helps a lot with building factories. Nice, yeah. That does help. Okay. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you foul blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Osanaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle's Brett handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. Why not? You're a police officer. Like, seriously. It's the simplest thing you could have done. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Order. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Aochi? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. You think so, Kazuma? Oh, he's dying again. Oh, don't die. We don't want another murder to happen here. Well, not murder, but another death. What a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. Well, obviously not, if you don't even search possible suspects' belongings. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Why is he bleeding from the mouth? Apparently he has some kind of illness or something, I don't know. He says it's fine, that you don't have to worry about it. I feel like it's not fine, like you shouldn't be bleeding from the mouth after coughing every so often, you know? It's probably a bad thing. But he says it's fine. He just wipes it off every time, so you know, that's okay, I guess. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. Oh, there we go, he wipes it off, see? I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. Oh. And why was it not shown earlier? So you knew there was a handbag? I mean, I guess it's... Hmm. That's so weird though. So she put the glass in her handbag and he knew this already. Why make this so difficult? Also, what is the... what is this? Like a bull? What is that? Bull tattoo? Yeah. This is the professor, right? Why would he have a tattoo like here? That's strange. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never... You can see right through that to what's inside. If you took this photo directly after the shooting, why did you put the glass in the handbag before the shooting? I mean, I don't know if you put it... I don't know if you put it inside before the shooting. It's hard to tell, because he was in a different room. So he came out, and she could have shot and then grabbed the glass, put it in the handbag, right? Maybe a birthmark. True, that's also possible. Hi Twitchy, welcome, welcome. I hope you're well. We're trying to not get convicted. It's always good, right? Apparently meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Bratt's guilt here. Okay. Would have been nice to, you know, get that evidence beforehand. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Well, what does that even mean? Like, I didn't help anything. You had the picture to begin with. Why didn't you show it? Why wasn't it... You're a police officer. Why wasn't all the evidence admitted to court before this happened? Right? Why did we have to pry it from your, like, hands all the time? Also, we died. we just died. Inspector Osanaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. Okay. Photograph of the handbag has been added. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, Counsel. Oh no. Court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, there's only one logical conclusion. Is there? Is there really? Let me examine this. Alright. So what is... Can I not look at this? I guess not. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. Well, that's not true, though. She could still have done it. Just might not have been in the handbag, but in her, like, swan hat instead. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma, help us. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Rinosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Inosuke is Naruhodo. Having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby found you... Objection! Wait, Your Excellency. Inosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet. This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That's the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Yes. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, the ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question. This is blatant straw glitching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman is carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. Oh, there can be. You better know what you're doing, Rinosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't the wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I'm unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. I like the, like... just, he's gonna smack me with that hammer, I feel like. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. Was he facing towards the table or away from it? So he's facing away from the table. On all the pictures, so I will show you, there's multiple pictures, right? So you can see he's facing away from the table. In all of the pictures, the chair is facing away. See? But the chairs are in different positions. From here. Or maybe that's just... Yeah. That's the only thing I can see that's obvious, but all besides, you know, this mark here. Also, is this glass the same? Maybe I'm nitpicking too much. But the glass in this bag seems to have a longer leg. But then that might not have any significance, you know? I don't know. Okay. We'll identify for the court where in this print we see this significant detail to which you have alluded. Okay, so I want to do this mark. Just because I'm curious. I have 5 tries, so it's okay, right?
Yes!
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. Lumen, hello. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're well. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Okay, do we have anything that fits that? Not really. Wait, the plate. This. It's right there. See? It's next on the steak thing. Okay. So I found something. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. Oh, wait. Oh, please. Don't suck up to what could possibly be a murderer, you know? I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What you're thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. I am sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence? Evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice. was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. Okay, we've got this. We've got this, chat. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what the burn really means. The defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Oh. Okay, I guess I present this. What's this, Counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency, I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer. If you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? This. Right there.
Yes!
Paper photos, they're so yesterday. I mean, this was in like the 1800s, I believe. Or like early 1900s at best. I can never tell with anime games. They have swords and laser and steam engines all in the same world. Well, this one is actually pretty close to real life, I believe. I mean, somewhat. Some things are a little bit off, but they try to be somewhat realistic with how they portray everything. The court is maybe a bit excessive, but other than that, the time period is generally okay. That beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Rinosuke, you're genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that's the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, the day before that. It was most likely happened on some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Auchi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Osunaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Is the bloke a waiter or policeman? He's a policeman in undercover as a waiter. So yeah. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. How does he know that offhand? Like, it's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but have not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. At least he's honest. So he's not trying to cover it up. That's good. Looks like he's crap at both jobs. True. But you're a detective, not a waiter.
Yes!
He works all of the opening hours? I think so. I don't know. I don't know when the restaurant is open, to be honest. There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt himself on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hazunaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any questions, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Auchi? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? You reckon a stoic Japanese could restrain their cry? Well, he was a professor though, he wasn't exactly like a samurai, you know? He was having fine dining with, well actually they're both British. Also, they're both British, what am I saying? Dr. Wilson was also British. Basically, there were 2 British people, so the lady and Dr. Wilson, and they were having lunch together. Dr. Wilson got shot, and because there's these relations with... so Britain and Japan in the game have just signed some kind of deal, some diplomatic stuff, and they've been trying to cover it up so that, you know, the tension between the countries doesn't rise up and stuff like that. Because of course a British person being murdered on Japanese soil isn't exactly good for relations. It's a restaurant for deaf people, oh my god. Possibly. Possibly. Have they been signing this whole time then? Because otherwise Ryunosuke would also have been deaf. I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think? Can it really all be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. Oh no. Not a trap. It's a trap. It's a trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead? It's like some gay bars who accept hetero people. I guess, yeah, true. They, you know, you don't have to be deaf to go to a deaf bar, a deaf restaurant. While he was asleep, he obviously decided to take a nap in the middle of his meal. Yeah. Or he just didn't notice that he was burning, which, I mean, I guess that happens. Like, if it hurts a lot, sometimes your body is like, it doesn't react immediately, right? So that's still possible, but he was probably already dead. The waiter did it. So one thing I'm pretty sure about is that the waiter's on the up and up. I don't think he's been lying at all. He's kind of incompetent, but that's about it. The lady, though, I don't trust her at all. I mean, anyone with a swan on their head, I feel like I don't really trust, you know? Knowing what we now do, knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness. Or he had nerve damage in his arm and didn't feel his arm cooking on the plate. True. She's wearing a mask in court. How can she be trustworthy? That too, yeah. You don't trust boobies? I do trust boobies. I trust boobies very well. Look my name, hi. I hope you're well, and thank you. I will enjoy the game. You always trust them? I mean, yeah. It depends. They don't say much, generally. Explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly has no grasp on the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Auchi, it's you who has no grasp on the facts. I beg your pardon. As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, his whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency... The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I'm prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. Oh? Is she gonna say anything? No, just smile, okay. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Is she speaking Japanese now? Why has she not been talking at all if she can speak Japanese? What is this? She's just been letting the detective man do the talking, having to translate and stuff, and now she's suddenly like, oh, actually, you know, I can speak fluent Japanese. It's fine. If what is they just said is true and steak was brought to the table, he was already dead, that means the inspector was in on it. Maybe not. Maybe he just didn't realize? I don't know. How would you not realize though? Because he would have brought the steak to the woman, because he wasn't eating, right? So he might... I don't know. How do you not notice that the guy is dead? I mean, either way, he's a terrible detective. Either he was in on it, which is bad, or he didn't notice, which is also quite bad. Miss Bratt, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, of course. The Queen's English. It's the most refined and elegant language in the world. Of course. Yeah, definitely. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Wow. Jeez. That's just insulting. Just be like, no, my language is so good. I don't want to talk in your awful, shitty language. Like, what? You don't go to another country and tell them, your language sucks, I don't want to speak it, I can speak it, but I'd rather not because it's awful. Why would I ever use it? Like, what? You've done that? Don't do that, Twitchy. The detective obviously thought he decided to take a nap at the table before his food arrived. I guess so. But then he was sleeping on the plate. Like, the plate got shoved under his arm, where he got the burn. How does that happen? I find it hard to believe anyone from England would look down on other cultures. Oof. Right, yeah. That's true, actually. They definitely would never do that. I can't even say that with a straight face. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. What? Oh my god. Jeez. Samid, hello. Welcome. Did you miss something? I don't know, did you? Well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this. The lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. Like, what? Why are you still so nice to her? She just insulted literally everything. You don't understand what I'm talking about? What do you mean? Oh. What? I didn't click anything. I don't know what you mean. About the languages? Like the fact that Britain was... or the basically... I'm guessing you mean the whole... found it difficult to believe anyone from England would look down on other cultures or things like that, right? English people are not so different from French people. Well, that's the thing. Like, what she's doing in this courtroom is basically just being like, oh, I came to Japan to study here, but you are all below me. Everyone here sucks. We are better than you because we're British. And then, of course, Aura came in with the like, I can't believe that English people would look down on others, which is ironic because they did all the time. Which is why I'm not surprised that she's doing this. Because they saw themselves as like this amazing country that could do no wrong. No, there was no private joke anywhere, just silly things, silly goofs. Nothing in jokey, as far as I'm aware. Just Britain. Britain being a joke, mainly. Have you ever had the experience where the rain starts when you just leave work, just to end when you reach home? I've had that, yes. Oh god. Well, maybe not with work, necessarily. No, I have had, actually. Yeah. It sucks, where you just go somewhere, and then... you just go somewhere, you go on your bike, and you're like, oh, it just started raining, and then you get there, and the rain stops, and you're like, why? Why me? Anyway. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. Okay. So she does a courtesy, of course. We're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting. They don't like the French because of legacy conflicts. Yeah, there's like a long rivalry and things with like English and French. They had a lot of wars and things like that. Of course, you like the French, they're our neighbors. Yeah, it's like one of those things where we like them, but we constantly like berate each other. It's a very weird friendship where they both they like each other, but they constantly like berate each other and are like, well, the English suck, the French suck, all that stuff. It's a weird relationship. They still bicker because of fishing spots, that too, yeah. Okay. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death beside the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Jeez. Have a good lurk, Zelda. And see you in a bit. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history, thank you. What? Including the part where she was like, oh, your justice system sucks? I feel like you don't want that in your Supreme Court's history, but sure. Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, definitely just make sure, right? You've talked shit about basically everything. And then it's like, oh, I'm sorry, did I insult anyone? I hope I didn't. No, definitely not. No. Not at all, not at all. It's a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. Everything said must go to court history. I know, but it's still... the way that he said it makes me be like, maybe don't, like, make her out to be better than she is, because she... Like, I don't get why they're so nice to her constantly. It's like, come on, she's constantly berated you and your country and everything you stand for. Why are you being nice to her still? Like, I get it when she's being silent and having an interpreter handle things, right? Then at least you can be like, oh, she's a pretty lady, she doesn't know the way of our people very well, right? She doesn't know the language, so we can kind of like streamline things for her. But once she actually starts speaking your language and she's berating you, why would you ever be like, oh, that's fine? She's still a nice person. She's a political figure, so even if they hate her, they must keep countenance for diplomacy's sake. Politics sucks. Yeah, so she's not even technically like an actual political figure. She's more of a like, because she's a student from overseas. That's it. She's a student from England. The only political thing that she's involved with is the fact that they just made a like diplomatic deal, so, and they don't want that to go wrong. So because she's British, and the person that died was British, it's a big deal because of politics. A girl dressed like that got blue blood? Probably. I mean, the fact that she can study abroad in like late 1800s, yeah, you gotta have money for that. You gotta have money for that. What is insulting is how British people are always portrayed as the villains in these things. Well, the thing is, they're both the villains, possibly. We don't actually know if she did it yet. But also the victim. Because the victim was also British. So, either way, you know, you got both sides of the scale there. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Of course, gotta end with an amen, right? Thanks. Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brandt, and put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. British nobles stake their claims around the world, so it's easy to portray them as such. Yeah. This will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Okay. We've got this. Yeah, just slap yourself. Slap yourself a bit, right? Yes, Your Excellency. And you may proceed with the cross-examination. Okay. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. Let's cross that, because I don't believe that. But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived in this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you? Hmm? What? Oh no. We got got. We got got. What fun. You hadn't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. No! Why? Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh, yes. I think my tiny brain can. Why would you say that, Aoichi?
Yes!
Why? Well, I can't. Anyway. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast.
Yes!
Press that a bit. So I'm just gonna press everything. As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although... whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. Oh? She said damn you. And Aoichi, I don't think you know enough English, okay? I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others in the court, it means bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway. Okay, so whether he drank any of it is... Let me check, because... It does look drank, right? It doesn't seem full. But then again, since it came in the bottle, they might have just poured very little. I don't know. Or maybe she poured some. Just to make it seem like he had drunk. I don't know. I'm just checking what I have. So it's caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. But this could be wrong as well. Because if he was already dead, then the bullet wound didn't kill him. Something else would have, right? So we have a sketch of the restaurant. Doesn't really help us though. Gentle work, okay. We'll probably need some new evidence to figure out what's going on here. The post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death beside the gunshot. Let's press that, because that seems important. It's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Aochi is right. He was killed by a swan. And the only swan I see in court is on that woman's head. Right? That's definitely... Go to the card that has the cause of death. Yes? Single bullet fired at close range, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound, bullet did not pass through the body. Unless she means something else. John H. Wilson, male, British, time of death, 19th of November, shortly after 2 p.m. Which, as far as I'm aware, is all correct, except, I mean, cause of death. They didn't have a lot of good detective work with that. They just saw a bullet wound, they were like, yep, bleeding, probably was shot, you know, died from the bullet wound. Like, if there was poison involved, they probably wouldn't check for poison because, I mean, bullet wound killed him, right? That's what they assume. Especially at this time period, specifically. Nowadays, they will check for poison and stuff like that as well, probably. They do more of a research, but... They just assumed bullet wound was the thing that killed him. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. Okay, let's press that. Because that's a weird thing to say. Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. I don't believe that for a second, because you've missed a lot, sir. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought. Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, Takatsuchi Aochi will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. Okay. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't have picked up on it anyway.
Yes!
Yes, you're right, yes. Inferior, what do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at the crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. The Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Oh god, he's dying again. Interesting. Why is he dying from that? Does he have like an allergy or something? He's allergic to people talking about evidence being lost, maybe. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about it as this as I can, you understand? A killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she's beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchi is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brad just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in our armor. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brad? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Osanaga. The detective. Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brad's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but... this time, instead of targeting the woman herself. Let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brad on her last statement again. Okay. Okay, let's get to the last statement. Press.
Yes.
What do you mean by that? I'm just going to investigate once, blah blah.
Wait.
Oh, here we go. So how do I... can I click? Ah. No, okay. It just happens. There it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brad as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment we're focused on Miss Brad, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with A and D, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. Oh my god! The technology! While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people in the stand, take a good look around. Alright then. So first I should move the marker across with A and D and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with space and see what's on his mind. Ooh, Sayori, the con is not good. Or both of yours actually. Yikes. Constitution has taken a blow there. Don't get ill, I'd say. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. There we go, okay. Let's pursue. Excuse me? What's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts, deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court. What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who was testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Slap. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Osunaga? Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Bratt? Okay. Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. No? The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Wait, what? Wait, what? What did you do? What did you take? A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. The bottle. Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. What? Okay, no, I don't think anyone was gonna argue that. But sure. There's some left in the bottle, I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. He's still dying, but at least he's forceful about it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept a glass bottle of water as evidence. Okay. Miss Bratt. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Okay, let me actually look at this. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. So the witness sat there and had dinner with a dead man? Yeah, that's what we're trying to prove, that she knew he was dead already. So she should have been the only one who could have killed him. Right? My assumption is that she poisoned him or something like that. Right? So she gave him some water that had some kind of poison in it or something. He drank it. died. Then the steak got brought out. And then he landed with his hand, as he died, landed with his hand on the steak thing. Or something like that, right? And then she just kept having food. For some reason. She just had some more food while he was already dead. And then waited until she had, I guess, I don't know if she planted the gun or whatever. But she waited until someone picked up the gun that was on the ground. So she turned his chair around and shot him. Yeah, it's a weird case. I don't quite understand it. So when we picked up the gun and were not paying attention, right? We picked up the gun. Then she shot him or something. And then quickly took the glass, or already put the glass away before that. Shot him, turned the chair around or whatever. And then ran off, or like got taken away by the detective. I don't know. It's a weird situation either way. Like whatever happened, it's a strange situation. Okay, anything else? The label we can check. But that's about it, I think. Oh no, there's carbonated waters, the lost drink Dr. Wilson never had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle. Although it's just plain water now. I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, don't do that. Don't drink the evidence. Also, there could be poison in there. That's true. Could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Okay. Oh. It's anti-gravity water. It doesn't come out. Whatever happens in strange situations, Ace Attorney in a nutshell. Yeah. They're never simple. But hi, Gossamer Green. Welcome. But that's also what makes them very fun, in a way. Just, they're ridiculous. It's not the water that's upside down. Okay, when the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glass and toast. As far as I've heard, well, if there's some other way. Okay, so maybe we'll present this here.
Yes.
What's this? The bowl of water? Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have possibly done it. Gazelle Brett. It was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous. To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusation could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
Did the waiter slash policeman drink from the bottle he stole and is now dying from it? Possibly. I don't know why he would drink from it, but it could explain why he's dying, I guess. This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth.
If I may. I will silence you forever for this disgrace. It is you who should be silent. Oh, of course. Dear lady.
Where did that come from? She just snapped.
Shut up.
Kazuma was just going to drink from it a minute ago. No, it was us, not Kazuma. Ryunosuke was going to drink from it. Common sense seems to be lacking. Well, that's true. You haven't seen the first case of this game in a while. Forgot how much you love Kazuma's objection. It is very good.
I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not.
Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. In this country, huh? In this country. What about Britain, sir? We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No! Kazuma, my best friend Kazuma. He is a good friend.
I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, a shot to the chest from the gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Bratt.
Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
It's crazy to me how this game made me love Kazuma and Ryo within less than a single case. Kazuma was my instant favorite. Oh. Nice, okay. But yeah, like, the way they introduce the characters and everything is so well done. It makes me love them instantly. Or hate them, that too, but... They put so much, like, effort into the animations and the way they portray themselves. It's amazing.
Please, wait. Isn't that...
What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikitoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Mikitoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Nice, okay. To be continued. Save progress, yes. Okay. What happens? One 14 p.m. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom?
Huh. A judicial assistant, and a woman no less. What?
What does that have to do with anything, Auchi? You like that English woman so much, and then someone else shows up, and you're like, oh, a woman? What is a woman doing in the courtroom? It's like, what?
The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify.
Well, that's awful, but sure.
Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of your time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
But Your Excellency, I am most grateful.
Who exactly are you?
I'm sorry, there's no time. Please simply accept this for now.
What is it? A report about something. Written in English?
It's Giselle Brat's research.
The English woman's?
After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to their university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and bore this paper.
Oh yes, that's right. Miss Bratt was studying under the professor, wasn't she?
So this is research. Whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself.
Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of curare and its effect on human subjects. Interesting. Curare? What's that? Never heard that word before.
Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom.
God. It's so awful. I wins. Are things particularly objectionable in court today? They are. They are. There's a lot of lies and deceit. Yeah, and this girl is not allowed to be in the courtroom because, well, she's a girl, apparently. That's, you know, how things go in here. She was only allowed 5 minutes just to hand over some evidence, and then she has to leave because women aren't allowed. They're not allowed here, except for as a witness. That's the only time they're allowed. But what if, wait, if they're only allowed as a witness, what if they're the criminal? I'm guessing that's also, you know. Or would they just have to wait outside of court to get? I don't know, that's weird. Because they wouldn't be able to defend themselves if they're not allowed in the courtroom. You can't ever contaminate the courtroom with hormones. True. If we're not allowed in court, we should also not be tried for our crimes. True. We can't have done it because we're females, so obviously we're not allowed in the courtroom. So we can't be tried. Don't you said only to testify? I thought you said witness. Only as a witness. I think he said to testify as a witness, specifically. That's why I was... Actually, can I... Oh no, other than to testify, never mind. Okay. I just made something up, apparently. It happens. But I've summarized what I could on a note that's just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you. Okay. Report detailing an unknown poison that Miss Brett has been researching during her time at Yuma University. Yeah, that's not suspicious at all, you know? Oh yeah, we've checked for every known poison. Oh wait, or the person who possibly committed the crime researches new poisons? A little bit sus. A little bit sus. You know? Goodbye then, and good luck. And she's vanishes like a ghost. You've had enough, counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. Let me actually look at the evidence. Can we... Poison made from bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Affects instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. So, okay. The above mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blow dart pipe. Due to its ability... God, I can't read. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Okay, but they would have to enter through a wound. So there needs to be a wound of some kind. Like, it wouldn't be in the water, right? If this is true. Okay. We'll see what we can do with it. I'll ask the prosecution and defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... Well, I do. The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Rinosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, The defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett?
Yes, Your Excellency.
If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer? Oh my god. Don't ask the witness. Don't ask the person that could have possibly committed a crime. Oh, could you possibly stay in court a little longer? No, tell them to stay.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline.
Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question, however. I must ask you to treat that as an order. Okay, well, at least he was clear on it being an order at the end. He's being nice about it, but at least he was clear. She's gonna have to miss tea time, sadly. The unyielding stare of a Japanese warrior looks an awful lot like constipation to me. True.
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Well, obviously the thing we just got.
Yes!
Mr. Zalebrat, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison.
What?
Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What's complete and utter nonsense? Kikirare, you say? I've never even heard of it.
You wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify curare. I don't even know if that's how you say it, but that's how I've decided it's pronounced. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What?
Order, order. Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report, authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it's produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the centuries by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Bratt?
Objection!
A trumpery. These aspersions are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. Well, it's a paralytic poison. Say that. It's not that difficult. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean, the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that the curare was used. Explain yourself, counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all his strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with the chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move.
That's hideous.
To the observer, it would almost look like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison.
Okay. Very quiet suddenly.
And you're suggesting that this bottle, counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. If I may? All these facts. You think you're so clever, but you...
I love her shut up as well. It's so good. This game came out swinging. Horrific first case. Definitely.
It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it?
What?
You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you had discovered them? I'm appalled. What a loathsome act.
Well, Miss Bratt, the feeling is mutual.
Whatever do you mean?
Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great Emperor of Japan is breaking the rules.
Breaking the rules, okay. What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me,
Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Bratt?
may I borrow that bottle for a moment, please?
Is she gonna drink it? Because it's not in the bottle. I read the report. I know that it has to enter through a wound. And drinking it wouldn't do anything. At least, probably not in small doses. Well, yes, I don't see why not. She's gonna drink it. Yep.
Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys.
Sorry.
To an English woman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, honestly. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers.
It's very dramatic, even though we know it's not going to do anything. But wait, what are you doing? Inosuke doesn't know, though. He's a little bit slow at times.
No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair.
I mean, she drank evidence. It's kind of, you know, I don't know if that is bad or not.
Goodness, whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned.
So, no curare. Bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying?
You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind.
Good.
Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Pratt?
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. Oh, why are you... Just tell them. It has to enter through a wound. This doesn't make sense. No, it does, Kazuma. Have you not read the report? One of your least favorite things about these games is when the character's brain cells have to be yoinked to give a sense of suspense. Yeah. Like, apparently he read everything about the poison, but not the, like, wound part. For some reason. He skipped over that, I guess. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it.
Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London.
There has to have been poison in that bottle, wasn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke. We have all the clues now. The bowl of water contains no poison. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivete really astounds me. But sometimes it's in need of a good staining. Until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Now, is that what this color is supposed to represent? Wait. But it doesn't, though. What? We got penalized because... I mean, I guess maybe it does contain poison. Or it did. She drank it all. But it had to enter through a wound. Okay, well... I guess the game got me there. Which does mean she drank the evidence still. Which I think she should be punished for, but whatever. This whole trial is poisoned. Okay. Okay, contains poison, fine. The culprit did put curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carpet. Oh my... I just realized. enters through a wound. He had his tooth removed. So there was a wound in his right. That just hit me. There was a wound in his mouth. Oh my god. It just hit me. The defense refused to change its position. I mean, it's because I did the first part of this last week, so I've... Like, the whole, like, teeth thing kind of got put in the back of my brain. Like, I remember, but it wasn't really part of this whole situation.
Objection!
Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw...
Is Brett drinking the water from it?
That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think.
And I believe that complication can be explained.
How exactly?
Need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. Okay. The defense truly intends to assert this claim, which we do, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. Yep. I mean, it's in the thing.
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation.
No?
After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
What? I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susan's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. It will direct us to the pertinent section. Okay, yeah. The... Oh shit. Let me actually check what it's called in the thing. Route of entry. So special characteristics. Okay, yeah. We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Council? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years. To lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. We've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Council. No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristic, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever.
What?
Miss Brad, you authored this research. You knew curare's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself.
You meddling little...
Oh, the swan lives!
Rapscallion.
Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
All of this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it possibly... So the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with? Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly.
What are you trying to say?
Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw.
Schoolboyish? Flaw?
As even your brain has managed to deduce, curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus.
Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they?
So if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he?
I mean, I already figured it out, but yeah. You read recently that having a bird on your head was an actual trend among Victorian women. The birds were just normally dead, of course. Well, yeah. I do know that was a trend. I don't think they had actual, like, giant swans on their hats, though. That would be awkward, but I guess maybe.
That's right.
Good gracious.
That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no?
It's kind of gross. It is gross, yeah. Logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest?
Yes, this curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that.
What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Oh my god.
Objection!
Objection! Yay! He said it! He said the thing! He said the thing! I don't think he said it at all. Because he kept saying like yes and stuff like that. I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett.
How dare you use that tone with me?
You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, you must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested, why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curare? I mean, I don't think I have to do that.
Take that!
Take that! As Miss Pratt so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water?
Inside?
Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Bratz, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing?
I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also puerile.
What do you mean?
Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough.
What?
You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it.
Yep, she drank all of it, right?
No. I mean, it could just slip.
I mean, everyone was here, though. And this is why you don't let the witnesses just handle evidence, right? Like, you don't just let witnesses be like, oh, can I hold the evidence for a second, and then just like rip it all apart. Like, don't let them do that. They're part of the investigation. You don't let them like handle evidence.
Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed.
No, but I mean, yeah, destroying evidence is a crime in itself. Like, this is like, I feel like we should just arrest her now for, you know, destroying evidence and most likely being the murderer, because there's no other way it could have happened. We already figured it out. Like, I get that the evidence was destroyed, but everyone in the courtroom saw her do it. So at the same time, it's like, well, why would she destroy the evidence if she wasn't guilty as well? Like, surely you would just be like, okay, well, you're guilty then, and then just throw her in jail, let's get it over with. I know that it would be difficult because she's British and the whole situation around it, but she's definitely guilty. Hi Zelda, welcome back. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible at once.
You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You've neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it.
How could you? You won't get away with this.
You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not.
Well, it's literally the only possibility. We've already ruled everything else out. So I don't know why this is like still confusing people. Like the carpet. I mean, that wouldn't do anything. We've already... I mean, I guess if you cut your wound and then go test the dead man for poison. Yeah, if they have a test for the poison, that would work. But it might have been... The traces might already be gone because it's been like 3 days. But yeah, one of the things they could do is just have a person, you know, cut their mouth and then try to drink some of the water. Like try to lick some from the carpet, as Zelda said, you know? Just cut it open a little bit, lick the carpet, see what happens. Or like rub their hand over it when there's a cut on the hand or something, and then if they paralyze and die, there you go. There's ways to do it technically. But either way, I don't think she should be able to get away with this at all. Like, I don't get why she's so like, oh look what I destroyed the evidence. Like, okay, just put her in jail or something then. Like, you.
And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady? That's right, and really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
Oh my god. Okay, so we're gonna have to do it without the poison thing. I guess. Or with the poison thing, but like... by destroying evidence shows that she's at least cooperating with the murderer, even if she's just judged innocence. Yeah, exactly. But we can still do this. We can still get her in jail or something. The human body has to be functioning for it to filter the poison out of the body. You can test for poison long after the person dies unless they've already been embalmed. Yeah, I guess they could try then, but that would mean prolonging this case, right? Which they don't want to do. That's kind of the problem. They want to contact the British Empire about this case before a certain time. And if they have to do another, like, test for poison, that's a problem. You killed the victim that day using curare. And then in order to frame Yonosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. See, you had every opportunity to commit this crime.
What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her. Now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke. Yes? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. To think back again now. Try to remember every lost detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Besides the hand burn says otherwise. Every color. Oh, it's getting colored in. There's blood. Besides the hand burn says otherwise with which direction the person died unless his hand was behind his back. Yeah, exactly. Does this country not have access to a microscope to compare ballistics of a bullet? Yeah, so no, this is like late 1800s, so microscopes were rare at best, you know? If not non-existent. I think it's late 1800s, right? I don't remember exactly. But either way, the like investigation of crime scenes and stuff is very much in the early stages in this game, which is why everything was missed. They're terrible. It's turn of the century, late 1800s, yeah. Microscope was created by someone who wanted to be precise in his sewings. Nice. Very precise then. Okay. Is Cosmo right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? There is. Actually, Cosmo, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Vianosuke? Yeah, the court system is very, very young. It kind of makes it so that people get away a lot. I imagine. Come on then, let's wipe the smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence. Oh yeah. I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is... this, I guess? The blood?
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? Oh, he's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. Yeah, especially because he was very much about preserving evidence and stuff. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Doesn't tell you anything? I mean, probably from the gunshot or something, right? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute. Where are you going with it? Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. The compound microscope was invented and put into production between 1671 and 1700. Okay, so they could have had one. But were they widespread at the time? I don't know how... I mean, I guess they would have had some in Japan probably at the time then. I don't know how much they would use them in murder investigations though. I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. The blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Giselle Brett.
I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it.
This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate. In the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime, I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it.
You did what?
I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. This guy. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Justice. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Oh, there it is. A handful of lawyers have done actual lawyer plays Ace Attorney because it's an interesting idea, but they always based on modern American law and they don't let the games be goofy instead of boringly realistic. Yeah. Can we just throw the cop in jail already? He's just as guilty of tampering as the criminal. Yeah, and especially he hasn't even, like, he had the evidence, but he didn't even, like, throw it in at court or anything. He didn't use it at all. Like, why even take the evidence if you're not going to use it in the court, right? Like, it's cool that you preserve the evidence. That's good. Like, that's a good practice, right? But why not at least use it in court? Like, if you have more evidence, why are you not showing it? Why are you not using it, trying to put things together? He just collected it like some kind of weird... I don't know. It's like, maybe this will be useful at some point. It's like collecting elixirs in Final Fantasy or something. Maybe I'll use them at some point, but they just stay in your inventory the entire time. He's just a hoarder, exactly. They're dead, more steak for me. I don't know if he was gonna eat the steak. That would have been even weirder. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector, the blood man. Show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. Oh. It's clean. The blood. It's gone. He slipped back into his waiter roleplay. He definitely did, yeah. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible. I mean, she could have cleaned it. I know I saw it, I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. Oh. Swan, can you just not? You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. What? That's just rude. I couldn't agree more. Really, Ochi? You're gonna agree with that statement, huh? As a Japanese person? In the case of this disgrace to the Empire, I believe we may have finally reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. This play pretend after she destroyed evidence, right? She's like, oh yeah, you tried to play courtroom, but let me just destroy the evidence that you have gathered, right? Oh, you can't solve the case? How weird. I just destroyed all the evidence. Oh no, what a strange thing. You want to know where he kept the plate? I think it was somewhere else, because he did say apologies for the delay. So I think he had to go get it. I don't know where he would have kept it though. Ha! This sorry looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. Oh, there it is. Is the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? Don't play a drinking game with racist comments in this game unless you want to destroy your liver in record time. Oof, okay. I don't drink, so I wouldn't be able to do that anyway, but it's good to know. Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. Yeah, we've got that, Ryunosuke. We've got this. Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. Yeah, it's probably a good idea. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, let me look at it. Okay, so there's the bull thing. Is it a cat? No, it's... Why would that be a cat? What? How is that a cat? I don't even know how he sees a cat. It's a cow, obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beef steak. It seems a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware. Imagine horned cats though, it would be interesting. But they would knock things over even more. Throw the steak on the floor. Can't find anything out of place, okay. Let's look at the steak. Oh! Huh? What the? What in the world is this? Wait, is that the... Is that the coin? The collector's thing? That he was looking for the entire time? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. And the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe? Right? I don't mean what is it? I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today there's been talk of Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion in the bouillon. God. That's so bad. Don't think you ever will again. It's extraordinary though, this means... Certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. And it's from the Hoei era too. It would make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well, look. Are you thinking of eating it? No, no, but the next time I order steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. Curio Correcta? Yes, that's his name. Curio Correcta. There's only one logical explanation. Is there? I mean, she's a thief. As well as a murderer. I guess. I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial would be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? Objection! Of course, I do. There is another clue. Yeah, it's a silly pun name. I do love it. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth. The only thing that's shocking here is a healthy fascination with beefsteak.
Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial.
I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled.
I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it?
Thank you, Your Excellency. I don't like that she keeps threatening, being like, oh, how dare you be an ally that doesn't trust us, like, on everything, immediately. That's not how being an ally works. It's you have to both, you know, be doing good to each other. This case is never going to finish if the judge needs to have all doubt removed. Yeah, but that's kind of how it works in these games, is that you need to prove beyond all doubt that that you've not done it and they've done it. It's kind of like you don't have to prove your own innocence, but you have to both prove your own innocence and immediately know who the murderer actually is. Well, normally in court, you just, you know, if there's not enough evidence to prosecute you, you walk free. But in this case, it's like, well, if it wasn't you, then who was it, huh? Huh? Who was it then, huh? Of course it was you, because, I mean, who else could have done it? It's like, okay, but you don't have evidence to, like, put me in jail or anything. But for some reason, you still have to show the court, like, oh, no. You have to tell us who the murderer was if it wasn't you. Because otherwise, you're still going to jail. Okay, well, we'll show the court what we're alluding to. Where is the new clue to be found? Like there. It's a case of guilty until proven innocent. Yeah, kinda. The defense in these games has to be a triple threat. Defense, detective, and prosecutor of the most sus witnesses. Exactly. You have to do everything. Yeah, I already looked at this. Can I skip through this a bit? Is there like a skip button? I guess not. Okay. And then... Oh wait, do I need to actually just present it? Is that the thing? Am I pressing the wrong thing? God. They just keep talking. I can't skip. Please. Oh, there, present. Okay, there we go. Okay. One more time, yeah. Good gracious, that's... A Koban? What on earth? Ahoy, Era wanted that. Miss Bratz, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it. I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? It could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in the moment of distraction. That would be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare Hoi Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel. A rare Hoi Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give him my lawyer job right now. By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. God. This is such a chaotic mess. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it's you who's irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. Well, yeah. There he is. Curio correcta.
Take that!
Mr. Longhead. You weren't far, no. The antiques dealer and owner of Rusite, Curio correcta-san. Curio, as in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. What? Cucumber? The owner of Rusite, as in rusty, because antiques are old. Yeah, of course. I mean, you can't just not have a pun, right? You can't just not have one pun. It needs to be all the puns. Guilt gotta prove that the client had nothing to do with the crime, and the only acceptable way to unravel the crime completely and show that the defendant had zero involvement. Exactly, yeah. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. He was searching for it, yeah. What is he doing on the floor? Hunting for treasure. The Hoi era Koban, my prized coin. Do you mean to tell me? No, 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 please. Why would Karakta-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense. Yes. Oh, oh, right, okay. The Japanese word for cucumber is cutie. So that's what Brad was talking about. Right, okay. It's a slight difference, but... I mean, the names also don't, like... yeah, names are strange a lot of the time in Japan. But it doesn't make them bad. Which is why I'm asking to bring Collector-san to the witness stand so we can ask him, yeah. Bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here, without a moment's delay. Some French names are weird too. I mean, just names in general, I think, can be very strange. I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's a key element in the case. Okay, so we have 4 witnesses now. All 4. What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice. A worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasute's shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Correctasan, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves... Oh. God. Oh no. The knife. He immediately... Oh god. Some parents call their child Jatam, for example. That's weird. I mean... yeah, that's a bit of a weird one to call your child. I get that you love your child, but don't call your child that. That's weird. You watched a streamer named Chase who had a chatter tell him, "Shut up, man. Your name is a verb." Oh god. But yeah, I did tell him earlier, well, last stream basically, when he was playing with the knife, I was like, should he have that knife? It's kind of dangerous. And look what happened. He stabbed the man in the foot by accident. Yes, that's it. That's the one, the very one. The very exact one, that is. The resplendent, splendiferous Hoey treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beef steak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my hoary treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? Such an inconscionable thing. Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Osanaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Ah, yes, that's right. A secret undercover operation. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. La Carnival, which language is it? Spanish maybe? I think Spanish, yeah, makes sense. I'm not entirely certain. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid the corrector son's Koban is all too clear. What? 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 Why is the dude twitching like he has Parkinson's? Which one? I think the court would like to hear the defense views on the matter. Oh, you mean the baby is basically pulling his mustache constantly, so like being jerked around. He doesn't have control over the baby apparently. I don't think Sayori was necessarily laughing at Parkinson's, more like just comparing it to. Studying, okay, so could it be, I mean, I don't think, would she want to? It was definitely Susato. Definitely. Wait, could it have been Wilson? What if it... Because I'm thinking... Why would he have burned... Like, if he didn't want to eat the steak, right? If Wilson wasn't eating the steak because of his dental problems, right? Why would he get a burn from the plate of the steak? Right? He wouldn't be near it. Unless he was placing the coin under the steak as the like poison kicked in, or like that type of thing, right? That's what I'm thinking. Burned because he was already dead. Well, yeah, but why would the steak be in front of him? He's not the one eating it. Right? Am I crazy? Why would he be near it? But it doesn't... I don't know. That's like... That's the only thing I can imagine right now. I don't know if she would do it. I still don't know why she would kill this guy as well. I'm going right now with my gut feeling of it was Wilson himself.
Take that!
Seems like a likely candidate for a Koban thief. No, come on. Okay, no, never mind. No one could have approached the table and noticed, even if you're a crazy fool, you couldn't have missed that. It's you I was calling a crazy fool. Okay. What? I mean, is it an Nosa? I just don't understand, because the table, they were on different tables. I don't know. Shit. It has to be him. Like, I don't... Another answer that's easier if you remember things that were said a lot earlier on. Yeah, so the first part of this case, the first chapter, I guess, of this case, I did last Wednesday. So a lot of the things that were said then, I will not remember very well. Not specifically, at least. So I do know that they were near each other, but I'm trying to think why it can only be him. Sergeant Yasanosa. What? How? How dare you, you monster. Monster? I stole that koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Aido. Aido is the mastermind behind all this. Oh my god, of course. Of course. It was the baby. That damn baby. You would have done it, Sayori, of course you would have. Everyone is just like, what do you mean? You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son? An innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Where? Ooh. Oh. Wow. Come on, Clifford, what even is happening? This man is dying. Oh. Okay. Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Yasanosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. What the heck is this? Oh. Yeah, push the baby down again, yeah. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that a temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why he was stealing things at the restaurant. The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. Temporary increase in taxation. I mean, that's what they tell them, right? Yeah, we're just temporarily increasing the taxation. Just for now. We just always forget to turn it back. And your target that day was the old man as his koban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped a coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Aido, too.
so I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could on that double. I slipped it under the stake, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. But wait. Under their stake. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett... of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. How would you stop sucking up, please? I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. My esteemed gentlewoman, please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. The theft of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. No, don't let her leave. And good day. Oh, there's the face again. Inosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh no, it's just... Something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. Can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call it out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
There you go. Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Okay. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense, it's pure madness. Okay. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. What? I don't think I see it, but I'll have to... I'm going to need to see evidence counsel. Where's the evidence to prove it? Wait, what did she... Huh? Picking up your steak and biting... Oh, wait. Oh my... Wait. Yeah, because... Like, those are bite marks, right? So the picture, the plate that was behind him, if she doesn't bite into it, then why is that can't be your steak, right? The plates were switched. But that's what I thought already. I thought that was obvious. Like, if the Koban is under the steak, you know, on the plate that they took from the crime scene, and he placed it on his own steak, why is it there?
right? It was a different table, a different stake,
Take that!
right? The photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred. What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table. Steak that Miss Brad had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about the steak try to strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth are you talking? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Pratt. Noticed what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Pratt claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a good look at this steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks in there. Ah! Looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help... Oh, she's pale. But whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave everything to me. I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Of course, dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications those teeth marks in the steak have for her. Inosuke, do you know where you're going with this? The plates were swapped, right? That's the only logical conclusion. But I already thought that with the Koban. I don't know why they didn't immediately jump on that and were like, wait, if the Koban is there and he says he put it on under his steak, why is it there, right? Well, what is the deal with this? But they needed additional evidence for some reason to realize this? I'm going to guess that the inspector took the rest of the plates too. I don't know about that, maybe not. The mysterious teeth marks in the steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. The drag pacing, another unfortunate AA classic, yeah. It's a little bit slow paced, isn't it? I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of that phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats. What? Rude. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple.
If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago.
Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet.
Hasn't been... what?
But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
But this is absurd. The trial has run several hours already. You say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
If you hate Japan so much, you should have come back to England way before you murdered some guy here. Exactly. I don't know why she even came to Japan if she hates it so much. I don't, but there's someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair? I want to say that Osanaga because he just collects evidence. I'll just say Osanaga just because he's a hoarder. It's Inspector Osanaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this stake with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Correctus-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, Cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the stake that you put the coin under, in fact, your own stake? Ted, shut up. Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the stake that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites of it out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin.
Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire.
Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over?
No.
You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders.
But he didn't even look there as well. He didn't even know the coin was there. He's a terrible detective. He didn't even check. He didn't do anything. The British don't steal, they only take them to their rightful place in the British Museum, exactly.
When the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance.
Yep, push the baby down.
With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable. However, fear not, Prosecutor-san. What now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So, if the Sergeant knows to switch the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. Oh, she's having trouble. She's biting into her mask. I don't know why, but, or at least it looks a bit like that. She's not having a good time, that's for sure. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? It can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way out of this at this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. So, thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. This is such a mess. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beef steak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir. Sorry for keeping you. Ah, there it is. Nice clean cut. And there's blood. There's the other steak and its plate. How did he not? So, he took it as evidence, but he wasn't like, oh, there's blood on here, that's bad. What kind of inspector is he? What is this? What? Like, did he not at least, you know, check and be like, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense. Why is there blood on here? Why is this? He had all the evidence stored somewhere, but he didn't check anything. He didn't try to, like, match it with what happened. He just assumed, oh, victim was shot. Okay, that's it, right? No weirdness with, like, oh, he's facing that direction, or like there's a burn mark on his thing. What? Like, any investigation at all. Nope. Nothing. Nothing whatsoever. It's game logic, yeah. Mistake it for his own blood, possibly. He does cough all the time. You're free to examine it. I mean, it's right there. I don't, like, anyone can see this, right? It's clearly visible. Look, yeah.
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me.
In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim.
Ah. It can't be.
In fact, there's only one person who could have possibly shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Giselle Bratt. It's you. Here we go. Oh, is she dying?
Outdone by a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No, no, no.
Oh. Oh my god. Oh, where did the chick come from? What? Why are the chicks falling everywhere? What is happening? What is... What? Is she going to heaven? What? What? That is excessive. Holy shit. Oh my god. What? Just a normal reaction. Yeah. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Yeah, just a... Ain't no way this girl is going to heaven. Well, no, but... She was pretending for a moment.
Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman, but forgive me.
Well, Miss Bratt, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth, this time.
Gladly, Your Excellency.
Oh my god. Finally? Are we gonna have to cross-examine again?
It was I who took the professor's life using curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning.
Okay, so she's admitting at least. That's good. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. But yeah, why though? Because curare is unheard of here in Japan.
Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor to take one tiny sip of his water and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave him immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? On such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment.
A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man.
I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt.
Of course, as I thought.
Under your skirt?
So I was right, there were two guns.
Yes.
And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. A place where you were sure that I wouldn't notice it.
And everything went according to plan? You noticed the gun as I'd intended? And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, bang. That's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Wouldn't you have noticed? Like, you come to the crime scene, right? You see the professor, like, laying... Wait, with his back towards the person with the gun, which is already weird, right? Then he's slumped over at the table. You get the guy with the gun, take him away, come back, and the guy is suddenly facing away from the table. And you wouldn't notice this, detective? You wouldn't be like, huh, that's odd. That's strange. I very much thought he was facing the other way first. Like, for someone who is very much about evidence and preserving evidence and things like that, he misses a lot. He's not a very good detective. I guess he saw Ryu holding the gun and focused entirely on apprehending him instead of taking note of the scene. Probably, but it's still like, as a detective, you would take a note, right? At least a little, like, idea of like, okay, what occurred here. And especially because you see the man with the gun, right? And the person that got shot is not even facing him. Right? Like, what is that? I don't know, it's a little bit hard to believe, especially because if he was shot from the back, right, there would for one be an entry wound in the back, and there would be a hole in the chair, neither of which was true. But I guess, yeah, he acted before he thought anything, which is not a good thing to do, mind you, unless the like person who you assume did it is trying to run away or like leave the crime scene, right? Like, there's no... I mean, of course you want to take the gun away from him, that's one. But then after that, like, you don't just lock him away and then not look at the crime scene at all. Yeah, whatever. It's a little bit odd to me, but, you know, game logic, I guess. You need to make it look like the defendant shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. Exactly, yeah. So we still haven't seen what she actually looks like as well. Like, her face is always hidden. We just know the bottom half of her face, that's it. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Misdemeanor. Ah yes, murder. Just call it misdemeanor, that's fine. Still don't know why though. That's what confuses me. Why did you kill him? Your Excellency? Yes. I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Why? Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. Sus, very much so, yeah. Oh, vanishes like a ghost. So what now? Did she get arrested? Or does she... How does she just leave?
would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement.
This can't be. Takatsuchi Aochi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student.
Have a good lurk, Zelda. Enjoy the rest of your day. Tried to frame me for murder, take a guess whether I can forgive you? Exactly. No one can forgive that. What the hell? And she didn't even, like... We don't even know why she did it, what the whole thing was about. I'm sure we'll figure it out, maybe at some point, but... You'd better start getting used to tough opposition.
Rinosuke Naruhodo.
Yes?
This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten.
You've become conceited with age, Council. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. I don't think you should... I feel like that's illegal. You can't just... You can't just pull out your sword and cut at, like slice at the opposition. You can't do that. I mean, I guess maybe they can. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Ochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. There's a Japan exclusive DLC case about this very thing. Oh, nice. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you're able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo... yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onward. Thank you, Your Excellency. He still has a panicked stare every now and then. The dreaded never mind, yeah. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about the whole mission thing. It's time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo not guilty. Yay! Cherry blossoms everywhere. I don't know where they come from, but they're there. This court is now adjourned. Oh. Ninjas with cherry blossom baskets? Probably. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Inosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations.
Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazumi.
Ryu successfully defended himself in court, something real-life lawyers always say to never try, so he's a prodigy? Yeah. He did very well. No, it was a pleasure to watch you work. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street, don't forget.
Good afternoon.
Well, your hard work certainly paid off. Oh wait, it wasn't. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was Susato or the old guy, the professor. Okay.
Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence.
Our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know?
Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much.
If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out.
Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate.
Father? Ah, yes, of course.
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Mikotoba. Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order, so there he is. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job.
Thank you, Professor.
Oh no, it's I who should be thanking you, after all. Your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend.
Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital.
Oh, you worked together?
I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now, besides... It's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. Nowadays, not so much. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan.
You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you?
Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana has his soul. His blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me. What's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but...
What do you mean?
Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai.
What? Shanghai?
Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that.
What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Oh, there. Inspector Husanaga. Come back. Hello. I hope you're well.
It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate.
But what's this about consular jurisdiction? You are nice. I'm glad to hear it.
I'm doing good myself. We just didn't get convicted of murder, which is nice. We managed to defend ourselves. I am a bit tired, And there's a lot of voice acting, so my voice is very tired too. But we're getting there. We're almost done with this part of the game, I think. I guess. That's a surprise considering how much murder you do. No, I don't murder that much. That's not true. We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice? The British Consular Court will hear her case. Somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard. But why Consular Court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now, that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. You watched Viney and Brithian play this game, but keeping the info to yourself? Yeah, that's fair, Summit. I don't want any, like, info from the outside. I did also watch bits and pieces of that, but not enough to really know much about the cases. It was fun to see them voice act a bit, though. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student. Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make a change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I've no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. The evening calls for a celebratory drink. But, Professor... You're right, there's no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Got it. Let's not worry about details for now. To La Carnival. Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course, La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh, yes, thank you. Oh. She's not even coming with. But she helped too. She helped too. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I want to know why she did it. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. If you witnessed and then got framed for a murder in a restaurant, I could never eat there again. Yeah, apparently they don't care though. They're like, well, it's a good food, I'm not gonna waste good food. I don't know if... I probably would do it as well. I would still go there. Maybe not regularly, but I wouldn't say no, but that's because I like food, so, you know, there's that. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? The defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in, and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom you can really be backed into a corner, but being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, You faced seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end you found it, through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Osanaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. I love Kazuma's team. It's a good team. You would just sit at a very different spot far from the crime scene? Yeah, exactly. I would do that. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Susato-san, who acted as my assistant, Inspector Osanaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still, oof, oof. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. Poor Osanaga. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. And well, end of the game, I guess. GG, we did it. We finished it. Yeah. That's it. Don't mind the other episodes here. Don't mind this. Don't mind that there's 5 episodes and we just finished 1. Don't mind that. That's not important. Episode 2. The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. Okay.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath.
Sholmes?
In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern shutter.
Why are we in
The
a
room
Sherlock Holmes
slowly
thing?
came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which she referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
I mean, I guess? If you could refer to a snake as a speckled band, On board the steamship Borea. Oh,
So then, let us unravel this mystery
animated
and
cutscene.
discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor.
I like the
Suddenly with
steampunkiness.
the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the
There's
letters are on the
Japanese
floor,
right there.
suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality.
Yeah, Japanese. Why?
This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
What is going on? I don't know what's going on
Who are
anymore.
you? And what do you think you're doing here?
Da! No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait!
That won't be necessary. You see,
Are those
in less than
Russians,
5
I
seconds
guess?
from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. And in cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you? And where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Sholmes.
Sherlock Holmes.
Presume
Ah yes, the one and only. To avoid copyright, Sherlock Holmes. Oh god. That's so good. Sherlock Holmes and John Watson were localized to Sherlock Holmes and John Wilson, yeah. Oh my god. My head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Wait. I can't move. Oh no. Wait, are we being accused again? Are we... Are we again being implicated in the crime? Ryunosuke, what are you doing? What is this? What the... Why am I in handcuffs? So you wake up now, hmm? We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You found me then. Ah, we found you. And now you pay, criminal. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, hmm? Sorry. Now you have been found, it is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, hmm? No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Oh, wait, sorry. Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Susato? Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? Wait, Kazuma's... Oh no. Zilbrat is Giselle Burato in Japanese. In the first Sherlock novel, Watson is injured by Giselle Bullet. Oh, interesting. Okay, another reference. Nice. I like that. They're not like super obvious references that... I mean, of course the Herlock Sholmes is, but... That's kind of for a reason. Huh. You pretend you do not know. You are a wolf in the sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. What? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Here, in this very cabin, that was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. And these handcuffs, surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please. No. No. So not only is he implicated in a crime, in a murder again, it's the murder of his best friend. That's insane. Like, that's awful. Kazuma, it was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? Okay, so he was a secret stowaway. That makes sense. It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was going to die. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about the time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you'd better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I tell you what, why don't you write keep out or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. I've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. Weir's short king confirmed, yeah. Reno's case got as much luck that got all the way around and became negative values. 100%. I'll leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer. No, I'm not a murderer. Duh. You said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. What? No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Susato-san? Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there is something I would like to ask of you too. Oh, those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. Yeah, Kazuma's death. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream. And these handcuffs, they think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer? When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from the outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Or to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside the cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me. The cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died? The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then. That's true, yes. Okay, about the incident. Can't anyone tell me what actually happened here in the cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please. Whatever you say, you were here in this cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but... He would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning, he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside, there was Kazuma-sama, collapsed on the floor. And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow.
I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe.
This is all very hard to believe for me too, trust me.
Now I've told you everything that I know, so it's my turn to ask you a question.
Yes, alright. Oh, my head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything.
Why are you even on board this ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you?
Oh, yes. I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time.
I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing?
No, that would have been impossible, obviously.
Yes, of course.
Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together.
He actually asked you? But why?
I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself.
I don't understand.
Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of this incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself?
Oh yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious.
You have a talent for it, I can assure you of that.
But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer.
Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there?
Well, no, definitely not.
But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer,
then what?
Nothing. Forget it.
Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you.
Yes, maybe. Something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes then. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. Susato-san, I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on the ship, I mean.
If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association.
That's exactly right, yes. Word perfect, in fact. Okay. So what's our court record? We just have the paper seal. Art for wardrobe. I remember really working hard to make it, but I'll never forget how Kazuma reacted. Do you expect the Russian crew to be able to read that? He said. I was sure people would get the idea even if they couldn't read it, so we used it anyway, and it worked. I don't know if the crew thought it was creepy or what, but no one opened the doors. Oh yeah, I guess that's... I guess there's nothing... You can see the remnants of the glue we used to stick it over the wardrobe doors, although it wasn't proper glue, of course. We didn't have any of that with us. So I pulverized some rice into a paste to use instead. But to a stowaway like me, every single grain of rice represents precious rations. That's why I spread it as thinly as I possibly could. I couldn't bear to waste any. Impressive that it stuck on that long then.
If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin?
Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Cosmo brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep. Well, yeah. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Cosmo-sama was killed. Well, yes. I know it sounds unbelievable, really I do, but it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. But for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Really? Is something wrong?
Oh, no, it's... Please, forget it.
Susato-san, you have to believe me, I didn't do it.
I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there's no one else who could possibly have done this.
Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? I can't take this.
Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen.
I'm sorry, but Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around, and my hands tied with, well, whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen.
Well, what do you propose to do then?
I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life, and how and why they did it. So, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Yeah. Oh my god. What the?
That was a Susato takedown.
A Susato take? Susato what? What martial art form is that?
I'm going to need you to prove it.
Sorry? Prove it?
Yes, your innocence. I need evidence.
But how am I supposed to...
Have you forgotten already? What you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law.
I see. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. Well, the seal, I guess, yeah.
Yes!
Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors?
Oh, yes it was. I remember clearly.
I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there. Just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well.
Yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them.
But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own.
Yes, that's quite true.
In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma.
Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you.
Thank you, Susato-san.
Now, do you
think perhaps you could help me up?
Well, in the light of the evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here, at least.
Thank you. So you finally believe me?
I'm sorry, no.
What?
I'm not sure yet.
I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position. What did you think I am, a magician?
For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Suzaru-san. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. I shall be watching you, to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you to using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Right. Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death. Okay, well, I think my stomach is rumbling. So I'm gonna have to do episode 2 next time. Oh god. Ryunosuke really just... I don't know how he gets caught in this all the time, but he does. It's quite a predicament, really. But we'll definitely play more of it. Let me see who is streaming right now. Let's see. Oh yeah, Aura's playing some Koromon. I can send you over there. And hi Goblin, thank you for lurking. I hope you had a good time. Yeah, let's go say hi to Aura. He's playing some Koromon, should be fun. God. So yeah, thank you everyone for watching. I hope you had a good time. Yeah, Gossamer Green, thank you for being around as well. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Of course, I will be back tomorrow with the wheel. We'll see what we do then, and then on Thursday I'll play more of Ace Attorney at least. Maybe tomorrow as well, depending on what the wheel says, but that depends. I'm gonna go have some food. Go say hi to Aura for me. Send some love over there. He's great. Yeah, maybe give him a follow if you're so inclined. And I don't know what else to say. So yeah, thank you for watching. It was wonderful. Looking forward to playing more. Have a good one, everyone. And until next time. Bye bye. Bye bye bye.